¿Qué me pasa?
¿Ah, sí? Ah, hostia, pues que te has hecho luego. Sí. Vale.
Comenta algo, dice, igual el nuevo truco es offline, ¿no te acuerdas? The new luxury is offline, lo que te digo. Porque en el artículo, si tienes la sensación que hay muchas anécdotas es que las hay. Y se puso el link diciendo The new luxury is offline, de un móvil súper lujoso, bueno,
Vale.
200 euros, que solo hacía más de eso.
Como que tú tienes, pero más barato.
Bien, más barato. Y esto no puede funcionar ni nada. Que los compréis.
El tipo este del short que puedes dar el correo que sí,
Es que ya te dije, ¿no? Es que entra.
Claro,
es que no hay
no.
Y él no es, si en Excel, el cover letter estaba aquí, no se puede.
Vale, y en el Excel hay un correo de contacto, ¿eh?
Sí, pero.
Vale.
Sí, y en el Excel, sí. Hay el correo de contactos, en la célula, cover letter, si estaba aquí, eso no escribe nada, si no, está en el me presento que son los
Y el currículum.
el currículum está todos allá, todos, incluso los que tú también has.
¿No? Ah, pero vale. ¿Un Goods dónde?
Sí.
will take place, and also that the Governing Council stands ready to increase if the asset purchase program, if the outlook becomes less favorable. So with this decision, the ECB confirms that it will not let the moderate but firm recovery of the euro area economy be put at risk, and confirms that it is equipped with necessary ammunition to respond to any economic, political or geopolitical contingency. Until now, the ECB unconventional policies have played a crucial role in repairing the monetary policy transmission channels and in supporting domestic demand, and have decisively helped deleveraging across the euro area, both private and public. We are already seeing the results of this policy, which should in due course lead to inflation evolving towards the ECB inflation target. President Draghi will present the ECB perspective on economic and monetary developments and discuss on the consequences of Brexit for euro area financial stability. The discussion with members will also cover two topics selected by the Econ Committee coordinators in preparation for this monetary dialogue, namely the issue of financial innovation and the implication for monetary policy, and the question whether the rising of long-term interest rates did or did not overshoot. We have done some preparatory work on these two items, with the contribution of distinguished scholars, as usual. And as regards the second topic, the papers outline that the observed rise since August 2016 of the long-term interest rate is attributed to, on the one hand, the increase in the US long-term interest rates after the reversal in the Fed's monetary stance, and on the other hand, on political tensions across Europe, which generated higher perceived political risk. While the former factor might continue to drive the euro area interest rate up, the second one might recede with the result of the next elections and the one we just had. Moreover, one of the papers outlined that pulling the plug on QE too soon might undo some of the benefits of QE in the periphery countries and might lead to increases in refinancing costs of member states with little or no fiscal space. So we have a lot of interesting topics to discuss, and we have a lot of expectations as to your presentation, President Draghi. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honourable members of the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be back speaking to your committee for the second regular hearing of this year. I'm also pleased that you have chosen as the topic for today's hearing the role of financial innovation. This is only one element in the broader process of innovation which is taking place in the economy. But it is a decisive one, given the essential role played by financial markets in resource allocation. Before addressing this topic, let me first review the economic outlook and discuss the monetary policy stance. The economic upswing is becoming increasingly solid and continues to broaden across sectors and countries. Real GDP in the euro area has expanded for 16 consecutive quarters, growing by 1.7% year-on-year during the first quarter of 2017. Unemployment has fallen to its lowest level since 2009. Consumer and business sentiment has risen to a 6-year high, supporting expectations of a further strengthening of growth in the coming months. Downside risks to the growth outlook are further diminishing, and some of the tail risks we were facing at the end of last year have receded measurably. The fact that domestic consumption and investment are the main engines driving the recovery makes it more robust and resilient to downside risks, which relate predominantly to global factors. Despite a firmer recovery and looking through the volatile readings of HICP, inflation over recent months, underlying inflation pressures have remained subdued. Domestic cost pressures, notably from wages, are still insufficient to support a durable and self-sustaining convergence of inflation towards our medium-term objective. For domestic price pressures to strengthen, we still need very accommodative financing conditions, which are themselves dependent on a fairly substantial amount of monetary accommodation. At its June monetary policy meeting, the Governing Council will receive an update of the staff projections and a more complete information set on which it will be able to formulate its judgment on the distribution of risks around the most likely outlook for growth and inflation. Overall, we remain firmly convinced that an extraordinary amount of monetary policy support, including through our forward guidance, is still necessary for the present level of underutilised resources to be reabsorbed and for inflation to return to and durably stabilise around levels close to 2% within a meaningful medium-term horizon. You asked me to discuss with you today the dynamics of long-term interest rates. Over the past few decades, long-term bond yields have been trending down in both nominal and real terms. While lower nominal rates reflect monetary policy, among other factors, the decline in real yields has been driven by structural factors. These factors include notably rising net savings as ageing populations plan for retirement, relatively less public capital expenditure in a context of high public indebtedness, and a slowdown in productivity growth. If long-term real interest rates are to rise again to sustainably higher levels, it is those underlying causes that need to be addressed. And this requires structural action at national and European level. Our monetary policy, for its part, has been instrumental in addressing the cyclical component of the balance between the supply of savings and investment demands, and its price stability implications. By supporting nominal incomes, our monetary policy measures stimulate investment and consumption, which are preconditions for inflation to climb back to levels below but close to 2%. And a more dynamic economy over time will favour a healthy return to higher policy interest rates. Now let me move to the relevance of financial innovation. The relation between savings and investment leads me to the topic you've chosen for today's hearing. Greater financial efficiency in the euro area is crucial in improving the allocation of capital and ensuring it is put to productive use. Innovation in financial instruments, services and infrastructure, as well as changes in the organisation of financial markets, can play a useful role in this respect. Financial innovation is a continuous process. Innovations had constantly arisen in the past. Past examples of innovation include the introduction of secured debt and of preferred stock, which were developed to align incentives between parties and address information asymmetries. Some innovations of the past were instead introduced to minimize transaction costs, and they have become part of our everyday lives. For example, take credit cards or ATMs. Today, fintech, the application of new technologies to banking and financial services, is a potentially transformative force. We are closely monitoring its development for several reasons. To better understand its impact, to assess the risks and to adjust the regulatory environment and supervisory approaches where needed, and also to adapt as an institution and support innovation where justified. Let me now give you some concrete examples of why fintech is directly relevant to our tasks. A deep knowledge of the channels through which monetary policy affects the economy is of crucial importance for us, as fintech and financial innovation more broadly have the potential to impact on the way the economy is financed. In the future, they may affect the transmission mechanism of monetary policy and ultimately financing conditions. As the central bank for the euro area, we thus remain vigilant and make sure that changes in the financial landscape are closely tracked. As central bank of issue for the euro, the ECB and the euro system also have a statutory interest in the safety and efficiency of payment systems and market infrastructures. One of the most active fields of fintech innovation which might affect the processing of payments and securities is that of distributed ledger technologies, DLTs, such as the blockchain. Given the rapid pace of development in this field, there is a need to constantly monitor and assess potential new or more pronounced risks resulting from the application of new technologies such as DLTs to payment, clearing and settlement infrastructures in particular. One such possible risk is an increase in market fragmentation if different DLT approaches were to become firmly established in parallel in different member states. Moreover, the Eurosystem oversight framework has to remain effective if we are to discharge our responsibility in this new environment. And the Eurosystem will, of course, continue to act in accordance with its mandate to promote the smooth operation of payment systems. Fintech also gives the financial sector more generally, a chance to provide more efficient and effective services to households and companies. Fintech can, for instance, make it easier for banks to adjust their business models, cut costs, and exploit new business opportunities. Fintech companies can also complement the lending capacity of banks by acting as an additional channel for accessing credit, for instance, through peer-to-peer lending platforms. This may, in turn, help to reduce the macroeconomic fallout from disruptions in the provision of bank credit to households and firms, including smaller ones. At the same time, the increasing relevance of non-banks and digital innovation in the provision of financial services may also harbour new risks. It is, for instance, essential to assess and adapt the prudential framework to cater for the increased role of non-banks and financial innovation, ensure the existence of a level playing field for both new and existing players, and provide supervisors with adequate tools to address new risks. To this end, we are actively involved in ongoing work at both European and international levels. Furthermore, risks stemming from the use of new technologies need to be carefully managed, particularly in the context of heightened cybersecurity concerns. Cyber risk has long been a priority for national and European supervisory authorities. Since day one, the ECB banking supervision has also addressed the issue from various angles. As financial market infrastructure overseer, we also need to ensure that individual systems as well as the network as a whole are operationally resilient to cybercrime. While we are closely monitoring potential risks from fintech, we also contribute to financial innovation by acting as operators. The Target 2 Securities, T2S, platform that went live in June 2015 is now a cornerstone of the Capital Markets Union project and has given a strong impetus to promoting and creating harmonized, integrated and efficient euro payments and securities post-trade services. The ECB is also acting as a catalyst in the creation of a truly single European market for payments and securities. Financial integration and financial development are distinct but interrelated concepts. Therefore, in designing the necessary institutional and regulatory frameworks, we need to make sure that financial integration and financial development reinforce each other, thus improving the performance of the financial system. This is why EU legislators have an important role to play. A Europe-wide harmonized and principles-based framework to regulate fintech in the context of the Capital Markets Union agenda would indeed help to create a level playing field from the outset. This would in turn foster cross-border investment and expansion. So, as you can see, fintech has the potential to improve efficiency in the financial sector, create better products, and push prices down for consumers. But it has other dimensions too, in the shape of potential risks and new regulatory questions. It's in all our interest to rise to this challenge. As fintech involves the entire financial sector, different regulatory responses are likely to be needed. Depending on the nature of fintech activity, those responses may need to encompass prudential, consumer protection and other regulation. But at the same time, they should not hamper healthy developments. Allow me to conclude. The euro area economic outlook is improving and downside risks are moderating. However, these positive signs should not distract from the need for firmer and higher structural economic growth. In this context, higher productivity growth is needed. And that productivity growth requires innovation. Structural reforms are essential to create a business environment that is conducive to innovation and a regulatory environment that adapts accordingly. Both national and European level initiatives can contribute to this effort. If we want to make sure that our economic and monetary union thrives, we need to upgrade the institutional framework. This means that we should be ready to foster innovation wherever necessary, including in the functioning of the EMU. In that spirit, I look forward to the debate that will be opened up by the upcoming European Commission reflection paper on deepening the economic and monetary union. Thank you for your attention, and I am now available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, President Draghi, for your very rich introductory statement. In particular, we appreciate a very in-depth analysis on fintech and financial innovation. This committee has recently adopted also a report on this topic, and I think our assessments are pretty much in line. We start now with our question and answers. The first speaker is Mr. Brian Hayes.
Thank you, President Draghi, and welcome back again to Econ. And it's very good and encouraging to hear your remarks on fintech, which, as our chairperson said, recently went through the European Parliament. So you outlined the risks and opportunities on fintech, I think, which we all welcome, and other colleagues, I'm sure, will ask you questions on that. I have two questions, President Draghi. The first question is a Brexit-related question. And it's to do with the question of banks relocating from the UK to the Eurozone area. As you know, the ECB, in cooperation with national regulators, takes the final decision on granting a banking licence to those who want to establish within the euro area. So you have a key role in that. And given remarks that have been made by Daniel Noya, your colleague, remarks that have been made by ESMA and EIOPA about a potential race to the bottom, a regulatory race to the bottom, when it comes to supervisors in the Eurozone not creating a level playing pitch. What can the ECB do to make sure that there is a level playing pitch when it comes to the decision as to which of the member states of the Eurozone some of these banks may move to? What's the ECB doing there? I think it's an important question. And then my second question is an Irish-specific question. As you know, from our banking crisis, we have a bank, one of the banks in total public ownership, the Allied Irish Bank. It's one of the 125 systemically important banks under ECB operations. You're aware the Irish government want a partial sale of Allied Irish Bank. And I have two questions for you. One, do you think that now is the time for a partial sale? And could you say through this committee to the Irish people, from your view, what are the long-term benefits of that in terms of a better banking, a more stable banking environment for the Irish people, but also in terms of the future stability of the banking system in Ireland? Thank you indeed.
Thank you. On your first question, of course, the ECB is preparing internally for all possible implications coming from the withdrawal process of relevance across the wide range of ECB staffs, and this also applies to supervisory aspects. Now, banks are preparing for the UK's withdrawal from the European Union and planning the necessary steps. We are in touch with all of them. We're following closely this process. But of course, as you pointed out, it's not only up to us, but also up to the national competent authorities to follow this. Now, of course, we stand ready to support banks to reorganize their activities in the euro area, and it's very important that these banks undertake all the necessary preparations in a timely manner. So the first thing is to be timely. By the way, we'll have a chance to discuss this perhaps in the context of different questions, but many of the risks that people view in the Brexit process have to do with the way this process is going to be managed. Inherently, if it's well managed, many of these risks will never materialize. And management, however, has several actors, one of which is the banks themselves. So they have to start preparation at an early time. Now, we got to ensure that all banks that operate in the euro area meet the standards of the European banking supervision. And so it's important that neither the safety nor the soundness of our banking system are going to be worse after the process. However, as you pointed out, there are actually risks of supervisory fragmentation and supervisory gap that the SSM currently cannot address. Banks might choose to set up broker-dealers or third-country branches, both of which would not be supervised at the European level. Here, you, as legislators, would need to act to ensure that similar risks are treated similarly and that regulatory arbitrage is to be avoided. So very important, the role of the European Parliament in this process. Now, on your second question, first of all, let me say it's entirely up to the Irish government to determine the appropriate timing of a return of part of the government stake in AIB to the private market. More generally, it's quite desirable to transfer the risks of equity holdings in banks from the taxpayer to the private sector. I would like to note that the process of repairing the balance sheets of Irish banks has advanced significantly since the crisis. Certainly progress is there, great progress is there. Thank you.
Thank you also for raising the issue of broker deals and risk to race to the bottom. We are, of course, aware of that, and we look forward to strong cooperation between all the relevant actors, including national competent authority, in order to positively address this risk. Pervenche Perez.
Je ne sais pas si c'est un bon exemple, mais je vais imiter le PPE en posant deux questions, Monsieur le Président. La première, vous êtes l'un des auteurs du rapport des 5 présidents, et on voit que c'est un rapport qui pourrait faire l'objet d'un regain d'actualité. Vous aviez par ailleurs indiqué que, s'agissant de l'état du fonctionnement de l'Union économique et monétaire, la question institutionnelle devait à un moment ou à un autre être posée. Or, on voit ici ou là apparaître des idées partielles, et notamment celle de transformer le mécanisme européen de stabilité en un fonds monétaire européen qui échapperait à une logique communautaire et qui resterait inscrit dans une approche intergouvernementale. Est-ce que vous pensez que, dans l'esprit du rapport des 5 présidents, ce serait la bonne approche pour permettre à l'Union économique et monétaire de bien fonctionner, y compris dans son équilibre entre une politique monétaire très intégrée et une politique budgétaire qui, jusqu'à présent, reste la compétence des États membres. Ma deuxième question a trait au futur de sortie de la politique actuelle monétaire de la Banque centrale, puisque vous avez un engagement jusqu'à la fin de l'année et qu'on a vu ici ou là des différences d'appréciation se faire le jour sur la façon de communiquer quant à ce que vous ferez après la fin de l'année, notamment au regard de l'évolution des salaires. Et à Berlin la semaine dernière, ce que nous avons entendu, c'est plutôt l'idée que déjà dès le mois de juin, certaines indications s'agissant des salaires permettraient d'avoir une vision sur les conditions de sortie de la politique monétaire actuelle. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous en dire un peu plus aujourd'hui?
Thank you. I agree with you. I mean, even though I shouldn't say, because being one of the authors, that the 5 Presidents report remains, in a sense, if at least it is the first attempt to have a blueprint for further progress in the future. As such, as you know, it has to sort of considers 2 different horizons. One, what to do in the short term, another one, what to do in the longer term. The change in the purposes of the ESM are part of something that is probably more for the longer term than to the extent that they do require changes in the treaty. In any event, let me say that it's way too early to say something precise in this matter, and that we just will have to have further study. And but what's important here is really we don't have a piecemeal approach. What's important is that we are able to collectively define a path that we want to follow, a path that will necessarily drive us to a convergence that is more and more based on institutions building and less rules only as it is today. But so that's very important that we have a sort of an overall encompassing path and not a piecemeal approach to the creation of institutions. The second point concerns our monetary policy. Well, we have to, as you know, next week we'll have a governing council meeting. It's going to be a monetary policy governing council meeting, and by then the governing council will have the new staff projections. What we've seen so far is that, as I said in my introductory statement, while growth outlook is improving and will continue to improve, while the recovery is indeed solid because it's more and more based on consumption and not on exports, and it's broad because it's now across various countries and sectors. Well, one thing that we always, in a sense, refer to as far as broadening of the recovery is an index we calculate about taking, it's a dispersion index of the growth in value added across different countries. The less dispersed is this index, the broader is the recovery. And we see now today is that the value of this index today is at the same level as it had in 1997, so way before the crisis, which seems to say that basically many of the problems that we had with the crisis, like financial fragmentation, the problems with our monetary policy transmission and the very uneven growth across different members of the Eurozone are now overcome, are behind us. At the same time, when we turn our eyes to inflation, we see that inflation underlying inflation is still subdued, although the headline inflation has gone up to 1.9%. It was mostly due to changes in energy prices, and as the energy prices may decline, we do expect and headline inflation will also decline as well. But underlying inflation, excluding food and energy, is actually being subdued. And one of the reasons for this is, as I've said several times, is that the wage growth is still subdued. Though we start observing the beginning of some growth in various parts of the euro area and some growth in producers' prices as well, it's still very, very early to make us think that we're going to change the monetary policy stance. In other words, the projections that we had so far were predicated on us maintaining the extraordinary support monetary policy accommodation that is in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Notis Marias.
Κύριε Draghi, πότε και υπό ποιες προϋποθέσεις θα αποφασίσει η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα την ένταξη της Ελλάδας στην ποσοτική χαλάρωση, στο QE, προκειμένου να αρχίσει εκ μέρους του ευρωσυστήματος η αγορά ομολόγων του ελληνικού δημοσίου στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος PSPP. Δεύτερον, η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος τα έτη 2015 και 2016 έχει δαπανίσει στο πλαίσιο του QE 42,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ για αγορά ομολόγων διεθνών υπερεθνικών οργανισμών. Υπό ποιες προϋποθέσεις θα μπορούσε να αγοράσει η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος CBPP3 εταιρικά ομόλογα ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων και ομόλογα ελληνικών τραπεζών, στηρίζοντας έτσι την ανάπτυξη στην Ελλάδα και τη δημιουργία νέων θέσεων εργασίας? Επιπλέον, κύριε Πρόεδρε, θέλω να σας θέσω υπόψη την παρακάτω πρόταση αναφορικά με τον τρόπο άσκησης νομισματικής πολιτικής στην Ευρωζώνη, πρόταση που κατέθεσα στην Ολομέλεια του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου στο Στρασβούργο στις 17 Μαΐου. Θα μπορούσε άραγε, κύριε Ντράγκη, το Ευρωπαϊκό Σύστημα Κεντρικών Τραπεζών να γίνει πιο ευέλικτο και πιο αποκεντρωμένο, ώστε η Εθνική Κεντρική Τράπεζα κάθε κράτους μέλους της Ευρωζώνης να μπορεί να ασκεί νομισματική πολιτική προσαρμοσμένη στις ανάγκες της οικονομίας του δικού της κράτους, αξιοποιώντας ως εργαλεία σειρά μη συμβατικών μέτρων νομισματικής πολιτικής, όπως είναι η ποσοτική χαλάρωση, μέχρι του ποσοστού συμμετοχής της εν λόγω Κεντρικής Τράπεζας στο κεφάλαιο της ΕΚΤ και ανάλογα με το ύψος του τρέχοντος ισολογισμού του ευρωσυστήματος. Δηλαδή πρακτικά για την Ελλάδα θα μπορούσε η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος, αξιοποιώντας το QE, να ασκεί νομισματική πολιτική προσαρμοσμένη στις ανάγκες της ελληνικής οικονομίας, δημιουργώντας χρήμα, creating money, μέχρι 70 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ, όσο δηλαδή είναι το ποσοστό 2% που κατέχει η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος στο κεφάλαιο της ΕΚΤ, εν ώψη του ότι ο ισολογισμός του ευρωσυστήματος είναι 3,5 τρισεκατομμύρια ευρώ αυτή τη στιγμή. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. The response to your first question is, first of all, what is needed is a positive conclusion of the current negotiation. From this viewpoint, we certainly welcome the staff-level agreement that was reached, and we regret that a clearer definition of the debt measures was not reached in the last Eurogroup. Then we will have the debt sustainability assessment of the other institutions. But then also we'll have to have a debt sustainability that the ECB and the Governing Council in its full independence will have to undertake. And this will have to show that debt is sustainable also in adverse scenarios, and we'll also take our decision based on risk management considerations, as we've said repeatedly. So first let's have an agreement, and let's full agreement. Let's find debt measures that will make the debt sustainable through time. On your second proposal is, well, I mean, if we were to have 19 central banks with 19 different monetary policies, we'll end up naturally having 19 currencies. And that's the basis of having one currency, is to have one monetary policy, and all our objectives are defined as objectives for the whole of the euro area, not objectives for the single country. As when we talk, for example, about inflation, we talk about inflation for the euro area as a whole and not inflation for one country as opposed to another country. Thank you.
Just a second. Κύριε Πρόεδρε, η πρότασή μου ήταν συγκεκριμένη. Σας ρώτησα για την Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος. Η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος στο πλαίσιο του QE δαπάνησε 42,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ. Το ερώτημα είναι υπό ποιους όρους η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος μπορεί να αγοράσει εταιρικά ομόλογα ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων και ομόλογα ελληνικών τραπεζών στο πλαίσιο του QE.
If and when QE will be extended to Greece, we will certainly have the eligibility of whatever Greek companies in the corporate bond purchase program, provided they satisfy the eligibility criteria that have been set for the companies to be part of this program. Thank you.
Ramon Tremosa.
Grazie Presidente Gualtieri. Presidente Draghi, benvenuto un'altra volta al Parlamento Europeo. I have a question regarding transparency. Since June 2016, the European Central Bank has purchased more than 75 billion euros of bonds from private corporations under its corporate sector purchase program. I always have had doubts over this program. I'm afraid we are distorting competition among Eurozone enterprises. Moreover, the lack of transparency makes it even worse. At least in Germany, we have a best practice of the Bundesbank publishing the names of the companies, but it is not the case of some central banks in the south of the Eurozone. So not even it is very difficult to know which company's debt is being purchased, but the volumes are not published in an adequate way. This is why, together with so many MEPs of this committee, we have asked the ECB for clarifications of this program through our written questions that we sent you 2 weeks ago. So, in our opinion, this lack of transparency at national central bank level is harming the ECB, and it is a pity, as the ECB has made great strides towards more transparency. For instance, the publication of the minutes of the Governing Council or the publication of the Target 2 balances that I myself have been defending for years in this House has shown that the more transparency there is, the stronger the ECB becomes in front of the public. So my question is the ECB going to put up guidelines to ensure more transparency at national central bank level in the CSPP? Thank you very much.
Thank you. While you will get a written answer to your question, of course, as there was a written question, let me say just a few things at this stage. We have 6 national central banks that that are part of this program, and they do publish a list of CSPP holdings available for securities lending. Interested market participants can obtain necessary information by looking at the data published by the NCBs with market data providers and also on the ECB's website. An online database search can be performed for each of these, and among other information, the search will also return the bond's issuer and its residence. Each purchasing national central bank has discretion to decide whether it will publish any additional information, in addition to the bond's ISINs on its website. So it's not so much in our hands, it's in the hands of national central banks. But we are of the view that the information provided by the NCBs is sufficient, and we see no reason to try to centralize the publication, which certainly right now is completely in the hands of national central banks. You'll get further responses in our written response.
We have time for a follow-up.
Yes, I have 2 minutes. Dear President Draghi, without enough transparency, I think that we have the danger that monetary policy is misused by certain central banks to feed crony capitalism. For instance, the main important newspaper in Spain, Expansión, published that there were rumors that only 3 big companies in Spain had received more than 50% of all the purchases done in Spain. So I think that we should have this information concentrated at the ECB level from all national central banks, because if not, we are doing business as usual, and it is very difficult for us to justify this in front of our electorate. What is the market discipline in this sense? Or we are feeding companies that are not viable in the markets?
Well, let me assure you that the companies are being chosen on the basis of risk eligibility criteria. There isn't any intention to favor one company or another. And there are certain guidelines, and of course there are volumes that are being decided by the purchasing banks together with the ECB. But we are not going to disclose the guidelines or to disclose the volumes, because you would simply foster activity by market participants which could actually hamper the achievement of our objectives.
When we'll finish this program?
No, the time is over. But
it's not foreseen. It's just part of the ongoing program. It's like normal, what I said before. It's part of our monetary policy stance. So it will be decided by the Governing Council.
thank you. Miguel Urban Crespo.
Gracias, presidente. Señor Draghi, la cuestión del rescate bancario sigue agitando la actualidad política y judicial en mi país. Como usted sabe, la consultora Deloitte ha sido multada por su papel en la auditoría de Bankia previa al rescate, y se ha demostrado que presentó un informe con 12 errores claros que ocultaban las pérdidas reales de Bankia antes de salir a bolsa. En las últimas semanas, el juez ha decidido imputar a uno de los socios de Deloitte por la salida de bolsa a Bankia y mantener a la auditora personada en la causa en tanto que responsable civil. Una imputación de Deloitte podría conllevar la inhabilitación como auditora. También se ha sabido que Rodrigo Rato, cuando fue presidente de Bankia, otorgó contratos a la auditoría Lezar al tiempo que presuntamente recibía pagos de esta compañía en una cuenta en el exterior. Por desgracia, estos hechos que han acaecido en mi país son recurrentes en los rescates bancarios, en donde hemos visto una y otra vez como las 4 grandes auditoras se han beneficiado del enorme negocio del rescate, como ha señalado el Transnational Institute en un reciente informe. Además, el BCE sigue recurriendo a ellas para sus test de estrés, que por cierto no son siempre muy fiables, como hemos visto recientemente en el caso del Banco Popular. Creemos que todo esto sitúa al sistema financiero europeo en una grave situación de vulnerabilidad, y le queríamos preguntar ¿qué medidas puede tomar el BCE en tanto que responsable supervisor para acabar con esta situación de oligopolio y evitar la recurrencia de actuaciones presuntamente fraudulentas? Y en segundo lugar, ¿han considerado la posibilidad de impulsar una auditora pública e independiente que elimine la dependencia respecto al sector privado y respecto a la situación del oligopolio actual? Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now, of course, I won't comment on specific institutions. Let me tell you that I'm going to give you a written response, because at present time it's not clear who, to me, who actually chooses the auditors and what's the choice process of the auditors. So whether it's the ECB, the SSM part of the ECB, the supervision part of the ECB, or it's the Commission, or it's DG Comp, or it's both. It's just something that I will be able to explain better in a written response. The proposal to have an independent public auditor is something that still we're thinking about, but just at the moment I don't have any view about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Lamberts.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Two questions. I'll try to be very quick. On the Eurozone, of course, the new situation in France may offer possibilities. I'd like to ask you to classify the idea of a Eurozone budget with corresponding borrowing capacity into one of three baskets: a must-have, a nice-to-have, or something we should not have, in order to guarantee the sustainability of the common currency. The second question is regarding labour market reforms. The kind of reforms that you have been advocating goes in the direction of flexibilizing the labour market, pretty much in the line that of reforms that were made in Germany under, by the way, a red-green government in the early noughties. Now, what we see is that when employment goes up, it is usually in a way that most new jobs are part-time jobs, are not indefinite term jobs, so are really, I wouldn't say all of them are shitty jobs, but they are going into the direction of weak quality. What interests me is not the unemployment rate, but the employment rate. And the employment rate expressed in full-time equivalent culminates at 75% in Sweden, is only 68% in Germany, 63% in Belgium, 55% in Italy. And when you look at the labour market dynamics from that metric, you cannot imagine any kind of growth rate that would bring us anywhere close to full employment. So maybe the kind of structural reforms we need for the labour market policy, and I would link that to fiscal reforms and to social security reforms, are maybe not exactly the ones that you would advocate. I'd like to have your thoughts on that.
Well, on your first point, it's time for reflection, and it's time for thinking about the future. And it's time to outline what the future will be in a way that is more defined, clearer, and probably more, I would say, more long-seen than it's been done before. So it's time to think about whether our rules-based convergence framework is still whether it can be improved. It's the experience of the last few years tells us that the monetary union, the economic and monetary union, has actually resisted to the crisis, but going very close to very critical situations. And therefore, it's just natural to think about a construct that is being threatened in such a serious way less frequently than we've been in the past. So from this viewpoint, the economic monetary union remains fragile, and it needs to be completed. And we know that part of its fragility depends on the fact that it's not been completed yet. So we have to move forward. We have to move forward on different plans. There are many things that we can do quite quickly or in a relatively short time. There are other things that we may want to start working for. It's very important that we start thinking without fear of changing, for example, without fear of changing the treaties if needed. And already to take a decision like this, namely start thinking without being bound by the existing treaties, is a big step forward. We've said several times that some, let's call it fiscal capacity, was an important way to complete our union. And for a variety of reasons, one of which is the union would become much more solid in resisting to shocks that hit different parts of the Union in different ways. And also because if we look at any union has a federal budget. So it's been, now the problem is how do we get there? Not the problem. I mean, what we have to look is how do we get there? And here the answers continue to be what we've said in the past, namely that to move there you need, first of all, trust between countries, and you need convergence. You need convergence towards a certain, in other words, a too heterogeneous union will be inherently fragile. And so, in order to move to greater convergence, one, first of all, needs to finish doing what's been planned and done until now, has to be completed. But also, convergence in policies is very important. Convergence, run serious structural reforms, serious economic and fiscal policies, complete the banking union. All this is part and parcel of the convergence process. So now let me come to the second point, labour market reforms. I think that by and large in many parts of the Union, first of all, it is true, what you say is absolutely true. Often the increase in employment is not, even though it's very significant, let's not forget 5 million jobs have been created in the last 3 or 4 years. Many more that were created before the crisis. And so from this viewpoint, that's a positive news. Now, it's also true that some of this job creation is not of good quality. It's also true. So what to do about that? First, also let me say that by and large, most member countries of the Union have undertaken reforms of their labour markets in order to make them more flexible. But now there is another set of reforms that have to be undertaken, namely to create a situation where the newly employed would also have the skills to have a long-lasting employment. And to have the skills, that's where we have to reform or some of us have to reform our educational system. And that is also the other part. So in other words, as much as one may have insisted in the past in making labour markets more flexible, one should insist today in upgrading our educational system so as to create jobs having a long-lasting timing and quality, which, by the way, would also be accompanied by higher wage growth, because it would go up together with productivity. So it would be a win-win situation from all viewpoints.
Thank you. And of course, I don't need to remind that this committee and this parliament has adopted a report which proposes a way to proceed jointly to stronger convergence and providing such a tool for absorbing shocks. And it is an ambitious but realistic at the same time proposal. Gerolf Annemans.
Ik wil toch nog eens proberen, hoewel u een standaard antwoord daarop hebt, meestal, om te vragen wanneer de Q&A stopt, die zo, uw koopprogramma dat zo nadelig is voor pensioenfondsen en spaarders in een groot stuk van de eurozone. Goed, de ECB mag niet aan politiek doen. U zegt ik doe dit allemaal alleen voor de price stability. Anderen zeggen dat u wel aan politiek doet, dat u Zuid-Europa gratis staatsschuldfinanciering verschaft en Duitsland daardoor een goedkope munt heeft en dat dan een verbond is dat u bezegelt. Feit is in ieder geval dat de stretch van 2500 miljard op uw balans heel ernstig is. En goed, eigenlijk is er maar één afspraak die u schijnt vast te willen honoreren. Dat is het feit dat u niet verder zult gaan dan 33% van de staatsschuld van een lid van de eurozone. U reageert vrij heftig. U hebt dat ook nog gedaan in het Nederlands parlement recent. Wanneer vragen worden gesteld over het feit dat u in een politieke rol zou terechtkomen bij een eventueel default. U noemt dat een zero problem event, zero probability event. Maar ik zou op een andere manier de vraag willen stellen. Als het zo is dat u die 33% zult respecteren, kan u mij dan zeggen welk land als eerste, wat het tijdstip betreft, als eerste aan die 33% door u opgekochte staatsschuld zal aankomen? Dan kunnen we misschien op basis daarvan het Q&A-programma opdoeken.
Thank you. Let me say immediately that we are aware that the situation, a protracted situation of very low interest rates, do indeed are a challenge for mostly for pension funds and insurance companies and more generally for individual savers. There are many things that can be done to address this situation by both pension funds, insurance and savers, but and these are certainly actions that need to be taken, are being taken as a matter of fact, but certainly they are a challenge. However, the reason why this is so is because, as I've said many times, the situation did require low interest rates as a prerequisite to restart the recovery, which we are on a good way to actually deliver now. And let me also add that as far as the reasonings or the reasons that are often quoted by several parts for our program, I'll restate what I said, namely we are bound by the law to our mandate, which is to pursue price stability as defined of reaching a rate of inflation which is below but close to 2%. And that's what we've been doing, and that's why we introduced the asset purchase program. And that's why we've been buying bonds regularly at the rhythm that now it's 60 billion euro per month. But also, we are also, as much as we are aware of the side effects that these programs might have, we're also aware of the fact that we are also bound by the treaty not to do monetary financing. And that's the reason why we had this issuer limits in our program. Having said that, we are seeing that the program continues to run smoothly. We don't plan, the Governing Council has never planned to break the limits. The limits are there and they will stay there. I'm not in a position now to respond to your question, which countries we are going to go buying less bonds now and in order to respect these limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Beatrix von Storch.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Sehr geehrter Herr Draghi, Sie haben Anfang des Jahres eine Anfrage meines Kollegen Valli und Zanni beantwortet zu dem Thema Umgang mit den Forderungen aus dem Target-2-System. Sie haben am 18. Januar wie folgt geantwortet. If a country were to leave the euro system, its national central banks' claims on or liabilities to the ECB would need to be settled in full. Sie sind mit dieser Antwort seinerzeit ungefragt auf das hypothetische Szenario eines Austritts aus der Eurozone eingegangen. Der Austritt aus der Eurozone ist natürlich der Worst Case. Und wenn wir schon über das Was wäre wenn sprechen, dann doch vielleicht über Szenarien, die näher liegen als der Austritt eines Landes aus dem Euro. Deswegen bin ich etwas verwundert über die Antwort, die Sie Anfang des Monats im niederländischen Parlament gegeben haben. Sie sind dort gefragt worden, was passiert, wenn ein Mitglied der Eurozone seine Schulden restrukturieren muss. Also nicht Euro-Austritt, sondern nur Schulden restrukturieren. Und Ihre Antwort dort war, we don't want to speculate on the probability of things that have no chance of happening. Und dann haben Sie sich etwas pikiert beschwert, why are you asking me that? Nun, genau diese Frage stelle ich Ihnen hier auch unter Hinweis auf die Antwort, die Sie Anfang Januar dem Kollegen links von mir sitzend gegeben haben, in der Sie ein hypothetisches Szenario ja beantwortet haben, und zwar das hypothetische Worst-Case-Szenario. Ich frage Sie also, was passiert, wenn ein Mitglied der Eurozone insolvent wird und seine Schulden restrukturieren muss, insbesondere im Hinblick auf die vielen Milliarden Staatsanleihen, die in der Bilanz der EZB stecken? Und zweite Frage, wie können Sie sicherstellen, dass die EZB nicht das Gleiche tut wie 2010, als Griechenland vor dem Bankrott stand und die EZB massenhaft griechische Staatsanleihen aufgekauft hat, um den Bankrott Griechenlands zu verhindern.
Now, let me just give you two or three quick answers. First of all, I reiterate the euro is irrevocable, and this is the treaty. So don't try to link debt restructuring with euro issues of settling the target 2 liabilities. Second, you actually asked me what happens when a sovereign state restructures its debt. I answer, look at Greece. Third, you're saying that we are bearing risks for the whole of the euro area because of the bonds that the ECB has bought in various countries. The answer is there is no risk sharing other than a limited amount. So in the greatest part, the risk of a debt restructuring falls upon the national central bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Markus Ferber.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Ich darf auch noch mal zu den Targetsalden zu sprechen kommen, aber viel, viel harmloser. Wir haben jetzt im März wieder ein neues Rekordhoch bei den Targetsalden gehabt. 4 Länder zusammen, einschließlich Deutschland, haben einen Targetüberschuss von 1,2 Billionen Euro. I think in English it's trillion. Und eine Reihe von anderen Mitgliedstaaten, insbesondere im Süden Europas, haben erhebliche Defizite angehäuft. Und welche Schlussfolgerungen ziehen Sie aus dieser Entwicklung? Halten Sie diese Entwicklung für nachhaltig? Sie haben das letzte Mal geantwortet, das hätte etwas mit dem Quantitative Easing zu tun. Aber da müsste ja Frankreich auch einen positiven Saldo haben, während Frankreich einen sehr ausgeglichenen Target-Saldo hat. Darum habe ich das bis heute noch nicht verstanden. Und welche Maßnahmen sind aus Ihrer Sicht notwendig, um wieder zu einem ausgeglichenen System zurückzukehren, wie wir es vor der Krise hatten?
Thank you. Now, let me first observe that the current increase in target balances, I will say in a moment why it's very different from what we observed in 2012, 2013, at the time of our arguably the most serious crisis. Now, the increase in target 2 balances is closely linked to the decentralized management implementation of our monetary policy. And much of it is produced by our asset purchase program. Why? Let's observe that about 80% of the counterparts to central banks that sell the bonds are outside the borders of the country where the central bank is located. And 50% of the counterparts are non-euro area members. So the bank, the central bank of a certain country buys the bonds from these counterparts, but these counterparts then use the cash to deposit this, not necessarily or generally not with the central bank that sold the bonds, but use these proceeds to deposit them with the central bank of large financial centers, first and foremost the Bundesbank. In this way, the final reporting will be a liability, a target 2 liability by the central bank that has sold the bonds, and a target 2 asset by the German Bundesbank or banks equally settled in large financial centers. So the first consideration is that it has to do with a decentralized way in which our monetary policy is implemented. The second point is, however, is that our monetary policy operates to the system in producing what we call a portfolio rebalance. Namely, the sellers of these bonds would use these proceeds to buy other assets, equities or other types of bonds, both located in the euro area or outside the euro area, depending. So we have to follow all these movements in order to understand that the increase in target 2 liabilities is associated with a loss of interest by the sellers of these bonds into assets of a specific country. Finally, let me tell you why this is different from what the increase in Target 2 liabilities we watched in 2012 and 13 was basically due to the fact that banks in the euro area all of a sudden saw, especially in the periphery of course, saw that their market-based funding was drying up. And therefore they had to be refinanced by the national central bank in their jurisdiction. And this created Target 2 liabilities, which are quite dramatic. But they were really dramatic because they basically showed the fact that these banks were really looking for assets from the central banks. Today, so in this sense, it's a demand-driven process. Today, the situation is different. It's a supply-driven process because we, the national central banks, are selling assets to the various counterparties, both commercial banks, pension funds, savers, insurers, and so on. And so it's this portfolio rebalance which generates, given the decentralized nature of our monetary policy implementation, generates such high Target 2 liabilities. Do we observe signs of stress in the markets? Not right now. If we look at funding conditions, they are very favorable, both for commercial banks and for non-financial companies and for the real economy. Were we observing stressed conditions in 2012 and 13? Certainly so. You remember, very high interest rates, great difficulty in finding financing. So the situations are inherently different between then and now.
Thank you. Jakob von Weizsäcker.
Thank you, Chair. President Draghi, it's a pleasure to have you here. I have two questions for you. The first concerns the prospect, not in the immediate future, but nevertheless of an interest rate reversal. You've given us a very impressive picture of the broadening of the recovery, and yes, obviously, price dynamics are still subdued, but nevertheless now might be a good point to reflect on what an interest rate reversal might mean, in particular, what it might mean as a challenge for high debt, low growth economies. And so my question is this: which aspects of the current discussion we're having on the serious deepening of monetary union would be particularly helpful to immunize our monetary union against systemic disruptions stemming from such challenges? And more specifically, how should the sovereign bank nexus be dealt with in this context? I believe a solid answer to that question would also make it much easier to achieve political consensus for fiscal backstop for banking union and agreement on European deposit insurance. So that's my first question. The second question has to do with the file I'm working on, CCPs. Obviously, Brexit poses a serious challenge to the regulation of the financial sector. Some of that can be dealt with by strengthening the third country equivalence regime, accepting basically the regulation going on in a different jurisdiction, for example, as will be the case for the UK. Another approach would be extraterritorial. The US is doing that a little bit already, applying their own rules abroad, in supervision, for example. And thirdly, there would be repatriation. And I'd be curious, and that's my question, how you feel which area of financial sector regulation to control risks should fall in which category, and more specifically, what is your view with regards to CCPs, the area we're currently working on? Thank you.
Thank you. We've actually already seen an increase in interest rates across the yield curve. And our assessment is that it's caused by half of this is caused by increases in real rates, and half of this namely linked with general improvement in economic conditions in the euro area. And half of this has to do with the reduction in the insurance premium for deflation. In other words, markets feel that deflation has become less of a danger, and therefore they need less of an insurance. So both of them are good news, though in the presence of inflation expectations which have only marginally picked up over the last 10-12 months, in a sense. So has this created a phenomenon of big instability? Not that we can actually assess now. Can we rule out that an increase in interest rates would ever cause? No, of course not. We cannot rule that out. It's pretty clear, trying to address, in a sense, the essence of your question now. It's pretty clear that as the inflation rate will durably converge towards our objective, as this convergence will become more and more self-sustained, countries with high debt and low growth will have to face a higher interest rate bill. And from this viewpoint, they will have to have in place right policies to do that, both fiscal but also especially growth-enhancing policies, because that is possibly the most important part of their economic policy. Now, should we think about an institutional setup that would rule out, exclude any possible instability because some countries are lagging behind in their convergence process? Well, if we look at the historical experience we had in the early stages of the Maastricht Treaty, it's both things. Countries have to act and put their acts together and put in place sound economic fiscal policies. At the same time, you are absolutely right, the nexus between sovereign and banks has to be severed through the introduction of deposit insurance scheme. At the same time, our institutional progress in creating stronger institutions that would resist better to potential instabilities stemming from states that are lagging behind also should go forward. It's an overall, all-encompassing process that we have to envisage for the future. Now, on your second question, let me just refer to the communication by the Commission on CCPs that published on May 4th. And there they foresee a number of different options for strengthening the supervisory regime applicable to CCPs, including the enhanced supervision at EU level and/or location requirements. It will be ultimately to you, to the EU legislator, to decide which type of regime to apply to systemically important third country CCPs. For the ECB, as a central bank of issue of the euro, it will be crucial that it can at least preserve the current level of involvement over systemically important euro-denominated clearing activities, regardless of the framework adopted by the EU legislator and of the terms of the future EU-UK relationship. In other words, it's very early for us to design exactly the sort of final construct, but certainly what we want to preserve is at the very least to preserve the current degree of involvement. So we had to have proper tools under the EU law in order to ensure that can preserve the stability of the currency in the faces of potential risks created by offshore euro clearing. In this regard, we certainly welcome the Commission's communication, and that communication fully acknowledges the role that the Bank of Issue has to play in this new environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel Mato.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Muchas gracias, señor Draghi, por estar de nuevo entre nosotros. Yo voy a hablar de futuro, de dos temas en concreto. El futuro de Europa en un momento en el que, desde luego, en lo político hay cierta incertidumbre. Si vemos las declaraciones en estos últimos días de la canciller Merkel, dice: los tiempos en que podíamos confiar en otros ha quedado atrás, dice. digo yo, hay que mirar más hacia adentro. Y luego también el presidente de la República Francesa, que decía que el euro está incompleto y no puede durar sin reformas significativas. A la vez hacía una serie de propuestas, ¿no?, que algunos países, incluso con España, también puede aceptar, ¿no? Una integración fiscal más profunda, con un presupuesto de la eurozona, con un ministro de Finanzas y supervisión parlamentaria y la financiación de la unión bancaria. Entonces, a mí me gustaría que me hiciera alguna valoración, si puede, en relación con estas propuestas y si funcionaría una agenda de este tipo. Y por otra parte, también del futuro, el futuro de las autoridades europeas de supervisión. La Comisión Europea estaba realizando una consulta pública sobre el futuro de estas agencias, sobre todo ver si cumplen con lo esperado, ¿no?, considerando sus objetivos para proteger el interés público. Y a mí me gustaría el que me pudiera decir cuál cree que debe ser el futuro de la EBA en ese sentido. Y un clásico, una pregunta que siempre hago y que, bueno, pues está siempre en la boca de todos, ¿no? Y es la posible subida de tipo. Usted ha dicho claramente algo que todos compartimos, ¿no? El crecimiento se está mejorando muchísimo, el desempleo es el más bajo desde el año 2009, hay más confianza en los mercados, sin duda alguna, y también nos ha dicho claramente que se necesitan reformas estructurales y fomentar sobre todo la innovación. Hay quienes, algunos como la Reserva Federal, han decidido cambiar su política de tipos bajos y también el Banco Central chino, y a mí me gustaría, si me pudiera decir, qué escenarios baraja el Banco Central Europeo, y quizá la pregunta del millón, que estoy ya seguro de la no respuesta, pero se la hago en todo caso, y es si podríamos esperar una subida de los tipos de interés durante los próximos meses. Y por último, muy rápidamente, nuestra relación comercial con Estados Unidos. Es decir, el presidente Trump ha estado esta misma semana aquí y desde luego las declaraciones son preocupantes, sobre todo en relación con la política comercial que podemos tener, y me gustaría si tiene alguna opinión al respecto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'll first respond to your first question. We certainly welcome the consultation process the Commission started on the role of the ESAs. Let's not forget that the establishment of ESA in 2011 was a major step forward towards the creation of a banking union, and then it's going to be the pillar upon which the capital market union will also be created. It's really the major step towards having a sharing one supervision system, a one regulation system in the euro area, in Europe actually. We've been collaborating throughout with the Commission and with the ESAs on that. Now, the ESAs have been operational now for 6 years, so it's high time to have a review of them. And now we are currently assessing all these issues raised by the consultation paper, and it's at this point, at this stage, it's very difficult to foresee what will be the future of the ESAs, how they will be put together, whether their competence will stay. The only thing that we could and should do at this point is to have a very strict, close cooperation with the Commission on ensuring that our supervisory system will get stronger after the review, and also uniform as much as we can, because let's not forget we still have many national discretions options in various countries that make the present system not harmonized fully. The second question, as you foresaw correctly, is very hard to answer for me at this point in time. I can only restate the monetary policy stance that says basically the current stance will stay in place until we see a convergence of the rate of inflation, that it's both for the whole of the euro area, an inflation rate of a level which is close but below 2% for the whole of the euro area, so not for one country or the other country, which is durable, so it's not transient, it's not touch and go. It's not like we've seen now where headline inflation went up to 1.9%, as I was saying before, but it was mostly due to energy price increases, if we look at that, and then now they're going down, and so headline inflation will start going down as well. So we will have to be convinced that it's durable, and we'll have to be convinced that it's going to stay there even when we will withdraw the monetary policy support that we have in place today. On the third point is, in a sense, it's certainly we all are concerned. We are all, in a sense, the whole construct of the European Union, of the single market, is based on sharing the benefits of free trade. In this sense, now, of course, what's happened over the last 15, 20 years is that free trade, and together with free trade globalization, has produced immense benefits, but also has produced people who didn't actually share the benefits. And so we have to do much, much better in sharing the benefits with everybody that is participating to the process. But in this sense, certainly the neo-protectionist stances that have been stated in the United States are certainly of concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Pedro Silva Pereira.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Draghi, you are very much welcome here. Let me ask you two questions. The first one regards monetary policy. As you clearly said to us today, the domestic cost pressures, notably from wages, are still insufficient to support a durable convergence of inflation towards the medium-term objective. And also, the positive signs should not distract us from the need for firmer and higher structural economic growth. So, your conclusion, and I quote, is that we still need an extraordinary amount of monetary policy. Can I conclude from this that the so-called tapering of monetary policy remains out of the ECB intentions for the foreseeable future? The second question regards the situation of Portugal. As you know, the European Commission has very recently proposed that Portugal should be out of the excessive deficit procedure, taking into account the reduction of deficit and all the positive developments in the economic front, economic growth, decline of unemployment. In this context, the Portuguese government, I would like to ask you, how do you see these developments? And in this context, the Portuguese government has asked to pay in advance a substantial part to the IMF loan that Portugal received. I would like to ask you if you would agree that such a substantial payment could also have the indirect effect of addressing the difficulties regarding the limits to the purchase program of the ECB, taking into account that those limits are now creating a situation of decline in the amount of purchase by the ECB. Would you think that this would create a new room of maneuver, allowing for more bonds to be eligible for the purchase program of the ECB?
Thank you. On your first question, really, the answer is very much like the one I gave before about interest rate hikes in the near future. The developments that we are seeing on the rate of inflation tell us that the present extraordinary amount of monetary policy accommodation should stay in place until we see developments in the rate of inflation, that the rate of inflation convergence process that tell us that it's durable and it goes to our objectives and it's going to be self-sustained. In any event, next week we'll be having it will be at the next Monetary Policy Council. We will have the new staff projections and new information will become available for the members of the Governing Council. Now, coming to your second question, significant progress has indeed been achieved in Portugal on all accounts. And this is the first point that we should have in mind. The second is that the second point is, however, is that significant vulnerabilities are still present, especially in the banking sector, where we still have a high level of NPLs, like in other countries especially of the periphery, and these vulnerabilities need to be addressed. Need to be addressed for their own sake first, for the stability of the banking system, but also for exploiting fully the capacity of the Portuguese banks to support and finance the economy, the real economy. NPLs are a drag on the capacity to give credit to the firms and households that need that. Your third point, the answer is I don't think so. I don't think that the payment in advance of the IMF loan actually is relevant as far as the QE limits are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Werner Langen.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, dass Sie uns regelmäßig hier zur Verfügung stehen. Ich habe 3 unterschiedliche Fragen. Die ersten hängt zusammen mit dem Bargeldumlauf und der riesengroßen Mehrwertsteuerlücke. Hier gibt es wissenschaftliche Untersuchungen, die sagen, das hängt voneinander ab. Dort, wo die Mehrwertsteuerlücke besonders groß ist, ist der Bargeldumlauf groß und in dem Zusammenhang auch die Abschaffung der 500-Euro-Scheine und am anderen Ende der 1 und 2 Euro-Cent. Da hätte ich gerne Ihre Meinung zu gehört. Der zweite Bereich knüpft an das an, was Jakob von Weizsäcker gesagt hat. Euro-Clearing, das ist ja wohl die Hauptfrage im Zusammenhang mit Brexit. Ist es für Sie denkbar, dass hier eine Form der Zusammenarbeit mit London gefunden wird, die auf der Grundlage der jetzigen Zusammenarbeit etwa in der EBA stattfindet? Oder glauben Sie, dass es sinnvoll wäre, die EBA in die Europäische Zentralbank in ihrer Funktion als Bankenaufsicht einzugliedern? Und die letzte Frage, die betrifft die amerikanische Gesetzgebung. Es hat viele Jahre gedauert, bis der Dodd-Frank Act umgesetzt wurde, der unter Obama und am Anfang noch unter Bush diskutiert wurde, nach der Finanzmarktkrise. Wir wissen nicht mehr, was aus den USA kommt, was der neue Präsident vorschlägt. Er will jedenfalls Teile des Dodd-Frank Actes außer Kraft setzen, insbesondere bezüglich der Banken. Und meine Frage, sehen Sie in diesem Fall erhöhte Risiken oder sind die Verhandlungen intern schon weiter, als die Öffentlichkeit das weiß? Danke.
Well, on the first point, whether an extensive use of cash is associated with tax evasion, especially value-added tax, it's likely that this is so. Although at this point in time, I don't have a precise view. I cannot certainly respond in writing to your point. But it's very likely that this is so. That international cooperation is fundamental for fighting tax evasion, whether through the use of cash or other means. It's also undisputed nowadays by all our governments, really. So no matter what's happening, that's obviously my conviction. Which may well be wrong, but I think that no matter what's going to happen as far as the negotiations between the UK and the European Union, the collaboration on fighting tax evasion will stay in place. It's something that all countries have reiterated, even in the recent G7 finance ministers meeting. There was an explicit statement, and perhaps there is a sentence to this extent in the final press communiqué, to which we can refer. And finally, the second question was about the EBA and ECB. Well, not necessarily. I mean, first of all, they have different functions. EBA is a regulation agency. The ECB SSM is a supervision agency. And so we even though it's not up to us, of course, because it's in your hands, in the hands of legislators, we have a view that, by and large, the two should coexist. They are addressed in different countries. The geo perimeter is different between the two. So, this sense. Also, you had another question at the end about. Oh yes, it's early to say whether the revisitation of the financial legislation by the U.S. government will address that part that has to do with capital and liquidity standards of the banks, or that part that has more typically to do with market legislation, namely market making, Volcker rules, and other issues that are closer to market legislation, or to both. We are in constant touch, but at this point in time there isn't a clear view on that. And it's actually, the point you raise is very important, because depending on what's going to be decided, there will be a perspective which we're still confident and hopeful that will happen, to have a world agreement on capital and liquidity standards. So it has to have a level playing field across banks in all the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Luigi Morgano.
Grazie Presidente. Presidente Draghi, è noto che il mandato dell'istituto che lei presiede è la stabilità dell'inflazione nel medio periodo e non il sostegno alla crescita o all'occupazione, ma è altresì noto che senza una crescita solida e senza un aumento dell'occupazione le dinamiche sottostanti l'andamento dell'inflazione rimarrebbero deboli, come peraltro anche lei più volte ha evidenziato in più occasioni negli ultimi mesi. Lei ha altresì avuto modo di ricordare, sia a Francoforte sia qui nel regolare scambio di opinioni con questa Commissione, come la politica monetaria non possa essere l'unico meccanismo di sostegno alla crescita nell'Eurozona e che servono anche misure adeguate di politica fiscale e necessarie riforme strutturali. Mi permetto quindi di porle due domande. Ritiene che la politica monetaria sarebbe più efficace se, oltre ad una composizione delle spese pubbliche nazionali più favorevole alla crescita, vi fosse a livello europeo una politica fiscale coordinata di tipo espansivo? Penso per esempio alla comunicazione del commissario Moscovici nel dicembre del 2016. Seconda domanda, ritiene che la politica fiscale a livello europeo potrebbe garantire un corretto policy mix qualora si creasse una capacità di bilancio per l'Eurozona possibilmente finanziata da risorse proprie e eventualmente quali caratteristiche dovrebbe avere questa capacità di bilancio per svolgere una funzione di stabilizzazione del ciclo economico. Grazie.
Thank you. Yes, I've said many times that monetary policy could be way more effective in the presence of policies that are up to the business cycle, like proper fiscal policy, or even more importantly, structural policies that increase the level of potential output growth. Right now, the assessment of the ECB as far as the present fiscal policy is concerned is that the fiscal policy stance in the whole of the euro area is neutral and it is appropriate. So that's the assessment right now of the ECB. We do believe that the present neutral fiscal stance is the appropriate one from the perspective of an optimal, so-called optimal policy mix. And yes, also to the second question you made, you asked me before. I referred before to the vulnerability or the fragility of the monetary union because of its incompleteness. Some of this incompleteness has to do, there are many reasons, but one of which is the fact that we don't have a fiscal capacity in place, that fiscal capacity is a concept that is inherent to all the monetary unions and basically all the monetary jurisdictions. How to get there, however, is the issue. What steps are necessary to get there? And I think I've said many times, I don't know where I said it here, that we really need two pillars upon which fiscal capacity is built. One is trust, and another one is convergence. Trust refers to the fact that in order to have fiscal capacity, share fiscal powers, governments and countries have to trust each other. They have to believe that there can't be permanent debtors and permanent creditors. That is not going to be a permanent transfer union, what is being created, but rather a fiscal capacity that addresses shocks, instabilities, adverse business cycles, and therefore then it reverses things back to where they were before the crisis. But the second point, even more important, is that countries belonging to a monetary union cannot be too heterogeneous. They have to converge. And convergence means basically structural reforms. And structural reforms are different across countries. Each country of the monetary union needs a certain list, has a certain agenda of structural reforms. So it's very difficult now to set a list that's good for all. But they certainly have to converge, and converge to where? To higher growth together. And we start seeing some of that, as I was mentioning before, through this we see that the growth in value added is less dispersed than it was before the crisis, way less dispersed than it was before the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Fulvio Martuscello.
Sì, grazie Presidente di essere qui con noi. Presidente, i pagamenti per cassa sono lo strumento più usato nelle attività criminali, nelle evasioni, nel riciclaggio, nelle attività terroristiche. Non è un caso l'esempio che il Premier Modi in India ha varato nel novembre scorso un provvedimento di demonetizzazione proprio per sradicare l'evasione, distruggendo le ricchezze accumulate grazie al mercato nero. E questo provvedimento ha prodotto un effetto positivo in India, visto che l'economia è poi fortemente ripartita. In Italia purtroppo è ancora alto l'uso che viene fatto del contante, anche a causa dell'elevato costo dei canoni delle carte di credito, per fare un esempio. Il costo della commissione prelievo sul contante del 3,6%, generalmente un canone di una carta di credito è di circa 35 euro per arrivare a circa 80 euro di altre carte. Il direttore generale dell'ABI ha proposto di usare l'estratto conto della carta di credito ai fini appunto dell'accertamento fiscale. Quali sono gli strumenti che si possono mettere in campo per cercare anche in Italia di avviare una politica di utilizzo del denaro di plastica, diciamo così, sapendo che l'avvio e lo sviluppo di questa politica consentirebbe in qualche maniera di abbassare sicuramente l'utilizzo del contante e quindi di eliminare i proventi di attività illecite. Un'ultima domanda, l'Italia si avvia ad una scaletta così istituzionale che viene giudicata dagli operatori economici pericolosa. Non è un caso che tutti i quotidiani online oggi mettono in relazione la possibilità di elezioni anticipate con la caduta delle borse. A settembre l'Italia dovrà varare la legge di bilancio, andrà a finire il quantitative easing, insomma abbiamo un'agenda economica dove forse le elezioni anticipate non sono forse l'occasione migliore per far ripartire la nostra economia. Lei cosa ne pensa?
Sulla seconda domanda veramente non ho grandi commenti da fare, diciamo, le democrazie esistono dappertutto, ci sono elezioni dappertutto, quindi è difficile dare un giudizio, se certamente non sono io quello che può dare il giudizio migliore sulla data delle elezioni. The other question is about the use of cash and its link with criminal activities. Here we have to take stock of the fact that the ECB has actually acted on this front. It's been quite active in gradually scaling down up to cancelling production of 500 euros banknote starting with a few years from now. But it has to be acknowledged the fact that different populations in the monetary union have different preferences as far as the use of cash is concerned. And at the same time, it's also true that cash is being very much used for purposes that are not legal, which can be many. But we have to be active while we acknowledge the importance of the use of cash, which has been expressed by several countries and several populations in the euro area. We've got to be active about controlling, monitoring that the use of cash doesn't support criminal activities as well. So you mentioned the possibility of using the credit cards statements for tax reasons. Yeah, of course, that's something. But national authorities have a lot of leeway in fighting tax evasion, in finding ways to assess tax evasion, whether this uses cash or not. And of course, also the institutions and the authorities are being active at the EU level as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena Gill.
Thank you, Chair, President. 2 points. The latest figures show that unemployment in the Eurozone is at its lowest level in 8 years. And it's clear that much of this success is a result of the ECB's quantitative easing programme. And at the same time, you said today that there is a need for higher productivity growth, which requires innovation. Now, innovation in the financial sector is key, but also in other fields as well. And we've just concluded on the G7, and climate change was a key issue there with President Trump's refusal to sign it. But when we look back on COP21, climate change agreement, which the G20 leaders agreed, was for clear strategic policy signals to increase global focus on green finance. Now, I recognise that what you said, that's important for ECB to have neutrality in these issues, but there's a very clear commitment from Europe that we have to improve the quality of our environment. So isn't it time for the 60 billion euro the ECB invests in quantitative easing every month? Perhaps it should pursue a more bolder and transparent and a green QE. If we don't do that, how else can the ECB encourage the innovation in green finance? My second point is on CCPs, and I just wanted to pick up your response to my colleague Jakob von Weizsäcker, where you stressed that you want to preserve the current regime and tools to tackle potential systemic risk caused by CCPs in third countries. What would you expect? What do you expect in this regard from your cooperation with the Bank of England? And how do you assess the arguments from those against a euro allocation policy, warning that this will lead to a substantial increase in raising bank capital?
Thank you. On your first question, when we designed our our asset purchase program, both corporate and corporate program. The point about green financing is relevant for the bond program, for the corporate bond program. We have designed this program having in mind monetary policy considerations first and foremost, risk management consideration, and level playing field. So just also answering the question that was asked me before, whether the corporate bond program favors certain corporations or not. The answer is clearly no, because one of the criteria was the level playing field across the different actors, different market actors. Having said that, the eligibility criteria were broad enough so that many green companies' bonds are also being bought by our programs. So the answer to your question is you would like to see a program which is exclusively limited to green companies' financing. That is not a situation, because we want to keep in mind risk management, monetary policy, and level playing field. Does our program accommodate for companies that do respect green financing? The answer is yes. So the second question is about the present situation. You actually touched upon two issues. One is the CCP issue, and the other one is the banks and what banks relocation could imply. Now, of course, the recent UK decision to leave the euro has raised concerns regarding the euro system's ability to control the impact of offshore clearing authorities while maintaining the stability of the euro. Now, in this context, we welcome the Commission's work to ensure the financial stability and soundness of CCPs that are of systemic relevance. Now, we know that the Commission communication published on May 4th foresees a number of different options, including enhanced supervision at EU level and or location requirements. And so it's just too early to comment on the future CCP supervisory framework, which will be adopted by the EU legislator. Just to mention the fact that the increased capital requirements that you raised as a danger are more, in a sense, relevant for the banks than for the CCPs. But they could be also relevant for the CCPs as well, now. That's quite clear. We'll have to reflect closely and also to listen to, there is a consultation now going on also with the industry. And so I think, by the way, we are not party in this negotiation, by the way. We are not, we stand, of course, ready to provide our advice, but we are not party as such to the negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Gunnar Hökmark.
Thank you very much. I'm always struck by how eager we are to discuss institutional changes in this House and in your House, rather than the difficult political decisions in order to achieve structural reforms on European level as well as on the member state level. I must say, I think that's sometimes like looking for the keys under the street lights instead of looking for where you drop them. And we are not very used to discuss the problems of growth regarding monetary policy. Rather, we have been discussing the lack of growth. But of course, if you have, as you mentioned earlier, very different levels of growth in the member states, you have very different preconditions for the monetary policy. But also, even more, if the levels of potential growth and the possible output and the output gap are very different, then the common monetary policy is entering real huge problems. And the paradox is that the countries that need most of growth are in the risk of running into problems regarding pressure on inflation and interest rates before those who are having a higher level of potential growth. My very simple question could be, which would be very difficult for you to answer, but how can we deal with that? But if I take a step further on the question, and that would be, shouldn't we in some way put targets on the member states on the level of potential growth in order to measure the amount of needed structural reforms? Because the fact is that where you have low growth, you have a lack of structural reforms, and that is creating a problem for all of us.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you said. Heterogeneity, in the sense of having different, if not dramatically different, potential output growth paths, is a weakness, is a fragility of our monetary union. There is only one answer to that, however, and that's to undertake the needed structural reforms. Now, what could a common framework do to help this process? In a sense, we do have the beginning of a common framework with the CSR, the country-specific recommendation, and the economic semester, European semester, and now. So we have to. The answer is we have to strengthen considerably this common framework. We have to have in place something you suggested, as a matter of fact, a benchmarking system where countries do share their experiences with structural reforms and, in a sense, very much like they do with budgetary policies, these reforms and their progress are being discussed in a common way by the member states. I think that is the answer at the present point in time.
May I just come back to that, because I agree fully with you, but in some way I feel that we are, as soon as we're talking about structural reforms, we're entering nice talk.
We're entering?
Nice talk with each other. I mean, we are polite.
Yeah. Well,
so we say structural reforms, and we say every country is different, etc. On the other hand, we know very well what sort of structural reforms that are needed, but they are politically sensitive. And in some way, we are strict on the stability pact. Well, I would say we are not that very strict, but we should be strict. Formally, we are. But we are extremely vague regarding the most fundamental factors for growth and stability.
Certainly, and the way to, in a sense, to overcome this is, on one hand, the Commission's role should be strengthened. And I mean, the Commission is the guardian of the treaty. The Commission is the guardian of the Stability and Growth Pact. The Commission could become also, if not the guardian, certainly the main actor in making sure the countries do respect a process of benchmarking their progress on the structural reform side. So that is, and then we should simply give strength to what we have already in place, namely the country-specific recommendations, the European semester. But what we have to overcome is a sense that structural reforms are a national business only. They are not any longer a national business only, because the heterogeneity, as I was saying at the beginning, is an inherent fragility of our monetary union. Thank you.
Thank you. Notis Marias.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, επανέρχομαι στο θέμα της Τράπεζας της Ελλάδος που σας ανέφερα προηγουμένως. Διότι η Ελλάδα είναι εκτός ποσοτικής χαλάρωσης, το ξέρουμε, και μάλιστα... Should I start from the beginning? You don't have interpretation in Greek? Is it okay now? Κύριε Πρόεδρε, επανέρχομαι στο θέμα της Τράπεζας της Ελλάδος, διότι η Ελλάδα ως χώρα είναι εκτός ποσοτικής χαλάρωσης και μάλιστα εσείς, απαντώντας πριν λίγο σε μένα, βάλατε και νέους σκληρούς όρους προκειμένου να μπει η Ελλάδα στο QE, αλλά η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος συμμετέχει στο QE και έχει δαπανίσει 42,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ. Και τη στιγμή αυτή ξέρουμε ότι αγόρασε ομόλογα διεθνών οργανισμών. Όπως μου απαντήσατε, αγόρασε ομόλογα του ESM και του EFSF, Δηλαδή αγόρασε ομόλογα των δανειστών οι οποίοι μας δάνεισαν και μας επέβαλαν μνημόνιο. Λοιπόν, η ερώτηση που σας έκανα είναι συγκεκριμένη. Μπορούσε η Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος να αγοράσει ομόλογα ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων και ελληνικών τραπεζών? Διότι το σύστημα CBPP3 είναι τελείως διαφορετικό από το PSPP. Δηλαδή είναι άλλο πράγμα να αγοράζεις κρατικά ομόλογα, τα οποία συσβάλλατε περιορισμούς, και άλλο να αγοράζεις ομόλογα ελληνικών εταιριών. Για ποιο λόγο κάνατε αυτό το διαχωρισμό? Και δεύτερον, στο θέμα της πρότασης που σας έκανα προηγουμένως και αναδεικνύεται από τη συζήτηση που υπάρχει ετερογένεια μέσα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Άλλες χώρες είναι σε ανάπτυξη. Λέω ότι στο πλαίσιο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης υπάρχει ετερογένεια. Άλλες χώρες είναι σε ανάπτυξη, άλλες είναι σε ύφεση. Εσείς εφαρμόζετε μια ενιαία νομισματική πολιτική. Εγώ δεν είπα να την αλλάξετε αυτή. Εγώ είπα να την εφαρμόσετε. Όμως να δώσετε την ευκαιρία σε κάθε εθνική κεντρική τράπεζα να εφαρμόσει τη δική της νομισματική πολιτική για την δικιά της οικονομία, χρησιμοποιώντας QE, I'm going to finish in 10 seconds, χρησιμοποιώντας QE στο ύψος που έχει ποσοστό μέσα στο κεφάλαιο της Κεντρικής Τράπεζας. Δηλαδή, η Ελλάδα...
exactly the same question that before the time is over.
Yeah, but he didn't understand the question. He didn't understand the question, so he didn't answer. Now he has more feedback.
This is the third time you're making the same.
He has more feedback now to answer on that.
No, I believe I answered this question before. But on the first point, each QE has its own eligibility criteria. In any event, you mentioned bank bonds. Bank bonds are not part of the QE program in no country. So that is out anyway.
Enterprise bonds.
Yeah.
Company bonds is in the system.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Why don't they...
We will make, when and if and when we will make QE for Greece, we'll have our eligibility criteria there.
Thank you. So we have to conclude now. I'm sorry that there is no time for Catch the Eye, but we are out of time. This part of the monetary dialogue with Mario Draghi as ECB President, and we move to the public hearing with President Draghi in his capacity. Yes, we make first 2 minutes suspension, and then we will have the second part with Mario Draghi in his capacity of the chair of ESRB, where I already anticipate we will have to group questions because we have some unexpected time constraints. Thank you. So, we are here now to our point 3, which is, as I said, a public hearing with Mario Draghi as a chairman of the European Systemic Risk Board. Not to lose further time, I immediately give the floor to him. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chair, honourable members of the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee, it's a pleasure to address you today in my capacity as chair of the European Systemic Risk Board. The ESRB's unique, union-wide, cross-sectoral perspective allows us to identify and to work to mitigate risks resulting from the ongoing changes to the structure of the financial system. These changes provide many opportunities to finance the real economy, but as financial intermediation continues to shift from banks to non-banks, there is a need to identify migrating risks and emerging vulnerabilities. Moreover, we need to develop tools which would mitigate risks to financial stability regardless of where those risks might materialize in the financial system. Macroprudential policy works best when it's implemented in time to enhance resilience and mitigate any build-up of vulnerabilities in the financial system. In this context, I would like to highlight the ESRB's work on systemic risk beyond banking. So I'll talk about the shadow banking monitor. I'm pleased to inform you that today the ESRB is publishing the second EU shadow banking monitor. This report is a key element in the ESRB's risk monitoring framework, which casts the net wide when mapping shadow banking entities and activities. Some figures. The broad shadow banking system, comprising the total assets of investment funds, so including money market funds, and other financial institutions, so including all entities of the financial sector except banks, insurance corporations and pension funds, today represents around 38% of the total assets of the EU financial sector at the end of 2016. Although the growth in broad EU shadow banking assets has slowed down in 2016, it has expanded by 30% since 2012. Its interlinkages with the other parts of the financial sector are also significant. Therefore, macroprudential authorities need to watch out for the new risks and vulnerabilities emerging in these parts of the financial sector. The EU shadow banking monitor highlights several risks which require our attention. Liquidity, leverage, procyclicality, and interconnectedness are the main themes discussed in this report. I will begin with liquidity risk and the risks associated with leverage among some types of investment funds. Here, I'm mainly referring to investment funds which either invest in less liquid assets while offering daily redeemable shares, or which are highly leveraged. Excessive leverage can act as an amplification channel during periods of financial system stress and lead to fire sales, while liquidity mismatch can also increase risks to financial stability as price movements are intensified when assets are sold in less liquid markets. So you see that risk coming from liquidity, shortage of liquidity drying up, and leverage are intertwined. And they can magnify stress in the financial system. Leveraged investment funds are more sensitive to changes in asset prices. Stress conditions may force them to deleverage by selling assets in order to obtain liquidity. Abrupt deleveraging typically involves fire sale feedback loops where there is a risk of liquidity shocks spreading through the underlying markets. Therefore, given that the investment fund sector is growing relative to the financial system as a whole, the SRB is analysing systemic risk posed by liquidity mismatch and leverage in the types of investment funds exposed to these risks. I hope to report on this work in more detail at one of our next meetings. Leverage and liquidity risks, together with procyclicality, also need to be closely monitored in the context of the use of derivatives and securities financing transactions, SFTs, securities financing transactions. In derivatives transactions, counterparty credit risk is reduced by the collateralizing exposures through margins, while collateral also plays a central role in SFTs. Haircuts further protect the surviving counterparty against the fall in value of the collateral provided in case of default. Margins and haircuts thus contribute to financial stability by absorbing losses and helping to manage the financial risk. They also limit the build-up of leverage. For example, the size of the haircut on SFT collateral determines the amount of funding which can be obtained for a given amount of collateral. Margins and haircuts can, however, also be strongly procyclical. At lower levels in good times, they allow the build-up of leverage. When they increase in a downturn, they can lead to forced deleveraging and even trigger negative liquidity spirals. In this context, the SRB recently published a report that considers a number of potential macroprudential tools that target margin and haircut requirements. The SRB also identified practical challenges in implementing such tools that need to be addressed and therefore require further work. Finally, the EU Shadow Banking Monitor identifies interconnectedness and contagion risk, both across different parts of the financial sector and within the shadow banking system as potential channels for amplifying systemic stress. Interconnectedness as a natural feature of an integrated financial system and a reflection of financial intermediation flows may take many forms. It needs to be monitored given its potential to act as contagion paths in periods of financial stress. The European Market Infrastructure Regulation, EMIR, has given us access to comprehensive data on derivatives transactions. This data will enable the SRB to take an EU-wide perspective and examine risks related to derivatives markets across entities. To this end, the EU Shadow Banking Monitor, building on the first analysis of EMIR data, examines linkages between shadow banking entities in derivatives markets. It finds that non-bank financial institutions are taking a substantial proportion of outstanding trades in the three largest derivatives markets, namely interest rate, foreign exchange and credit derivatives markets, amounting to 7%, 19% and 10% respectively. Additionally, the report examines the landscape of counterparties with whom non-bank financial institutions engage in derivatives transactions. The EU shadow banking monitor also shows that 60% of the EU banks' exposures to shadow banking entities are to non-EU domiciled entities, which, by the way, is an important consideration in the discussion we just had about CCPs and euro clearing. In particular, the analysis shows that strong linkages between EU banks and US domiciled shadow banking entities. These findings highlight the global and cross-border interconnectedness of the banking and shadow banking system and the need for international cooperation in monitoring and addressing cross-sectoral risks. The risk monitoring framework for the shadow banking system has benefited from recent regulatory reforms and data advances and is already taking shape, but challenges still remain. For instance, additional efforts are required to close the remaining data gaps so as to enable cross-border and cross-sectoral risks to be mapped consistently and to provide a more holistic view of all entities engaged in shadow banking. Also, in addition to having more granular data, the risk assessment of shadow banking would also benefit from being available on a consolidated or non-consolidated basis. And I've given you an overview of the risks highlighted by the shadow banking monitor. Now let me conclude with some observations as regards macroprudential policy in general. Considerable progress has been made in analyzing the non-banking sector. Let me give you just one example. EIOPA conducted its first EU-wide occupational pension stress test in 2015 and has recently launched its second such test, to which the ESRB contributed by preparing the adverse scenario in close cooperation with EIOPA and ECB. However, macroprudential policy beyond banking is still at the formative stage. While some instruments already exist for specific purposes, a comprehensive and flexible macroprudential toolkit needs to be established. I have already mentioned instruments such as margin and haircut requirements, as well as liquidity and leverage requirements for investment funds. This should all be further investigated, and where appropriate, the regulatory framework should be expanded. Moreover, the design of recovery and resolution regimes for central counterparties and insurance corporations should have a macroprudential profile. So we raised these issues in response to the European Commission's consultation, and we continue to work on these topics. It's important to give the macroprudential authorities the appropriate tools so that they can act in time. Finally, let me underline the national institutional framework of macroprudential policy are of paramount importance for the policy to be effective. So I'm pleased that we are seeing progress in this regard. In 2 member states with no macroprudential authority, the legislative process is ongoing. The macropru authorities actively used the available instruments in 2016, in particular to meet the requirements of the CRD4 CRR package, but also to address the vulnerabilities in the residential real estate sector, which I talked about when we last met. The ESRB's recently published a review of macropru policy and takes stock of the measures adopted in EU of 2016. Thank you for your attention. I'm at disposal for questions.
Thank you very much. And as I said before, due to time constraint, we have now to group our questions and to reduce the time for each question to 1.5 minutes. First question, Mr. Kitsos.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to ask President Draghi his view concerning the risk situation of the Greek banking sector. We had various developments, some negative, some positive, that in my view have to be assessed. For example, non-performing loans remain at an extremely high level, and there was a terrorist attack against Mr. Papadimos, ex-Greek Prime Minister, ex-Governor of the Bank of Greece and ex-Vice President of the ECB, probably to send a message on the side of the terrorists against bank restructuring and the management of the NPLs. On the other hand, the systemic banks approach profitability. Some of them have achieved it already, and the stock market value has increased. Their stock market value has increased during the last months. So do you believe that systemic risk will be controlled and the Greek banking sector will be able to better finance the development of the Greek economy in the immediate future? Or are we going to repeat problems of the past that led to a recapitalization of the banking sector? Thank you.
We group the question. Pervenche Beres.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Commission vient de publier ses nouvelles propositions sur le marché unique des capitaux et elle a ajouté une dimension de préoccupation par rapport à la stabilité macroéconomique. Du point de vue de l'ESRB, est-ce que vous considérez que vous avez tous les outils nécessaires pour faire face à des mouvements sur le marché qui ne seraient pas souhaités? Et par exemple, en s'agissant du marché de la titrisation, est-ce que vous avez la possibilité d'intervenir si des développements interviennent à travers des bulles dans tel ou tel État membre? Et est-ce que, comme nous le proposons dans la négociation en cours, l'ajustement du taux de rétention en fonction ou la possibilité de mesures en fonction de la qualité de l'emprunteur, est-ce que ça vous paraît être des outils utiles pour que vous puissiez disposer de davantage de moyens d'intervention au regard des objectifs de stabilité?
Notis Marias.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, κύριε Ντράγκη, με το τρίτο δανειακό πακέτο είχε προβλεφθεί ποσό 25 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ για την ανακεφαλαιοποίηση των τραπεζών. Όμως χρησιμοποιήθηκαν μόνο 5,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ για την ανακεφαλαιοποίηση. Έχουν περισσέψει λοιπόν αυτή τη στιγμή 19,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ από το τρίτο δανειακό πακέτο. Ταυτόχρονα υπάρχει ένα τεράστιο πρόβλημα με τα κόκκινα δάνεια, τα NPLs, με αποτέλεσμα πολλοί Έλληνες να κινδυνεύουν πλέον να χάσουν τα σπίτια τους, μια και τα distress funds πλέον έχουν αγοράσει πολλά δάνεια και μάλιστα τα έχουν αγοράσει στο 10% της αξίας τους. Συμφωνείτε να δημιουργηθεί ένα δημόσιο ταμείο για κόκκινα δάνεια με 4,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ από τα υπόλοιπα των 19,5 που είχαν προβλεφθεί για την ανακεφαλαιοποίηση τραπεζών και αυτό το δημόσιο ταμείο για τα κόκκινα δάνεια να στηρίξει τους δανειολήπτες να μπορέσουν να πληρώσουν το δάνειό τους για να μην αρπάξουν τα κοράκια τα σπίτια τους και μάλιστα να εφαρμόσουμε στην Ελλάδα και το μοντέλο της Κύπρου, δηλαδή να έχουν δικαίωμα οι δανειολήπτες αυτοί οι ίδιοι σαν πρώτη προσφορά να έρθουν να πληρώσουν το δάνειό τους στην τιμή προσφοράς που θα κάνουν τα distress funds στις τράπεζες. Ευχαριστώ.
Cora van Nieuwenhuizen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, welcome to you again, Mr. Draghi. One of the biggest risks that we are facing now is related to cyber attacks. We all witnessed the WannaCry attacks, which was actually a quite harmless ransomware attack, or not harmless, but a very easy attack. But our whole financial system is relying on connectivity, on data, etc. So my question to you is, do you think that in your own organization, but also in the national competent authorities, there is enough priority given to cybersecurity? Do you, for example, think that it should maybe get a higher priority in the stress test of banks, because we are, increasingly depending on the digitization of our industry? A second question is related to the clearing, to CCP. Aren't you afraid that in the current political climate, when we are talking about the localization of clearing of euros, that, for example, the Trump administration could respond with the wishes that US dollars should only be cleared in the US, because that is the sort of discussions that we are having. I don't think, well, maybe I would like to hear what your thoughts are on that. And I had another question, but I'm looking at our chair, and I will have to ask at another time. Thank you.
Excellent. Finally, Dimitri Papadimoulis.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε. Κύριε Ντράγκη, θα σας ρωτήσω για τη χώρα μου, την Ελλάδα. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα ανήκει στο κουαρτέτο των δανειστών και όλες οι επίσημες δηλώσεις και οι δικές σας λένε πως διαφαίνεται μια ανάκαμψη της ελληνικής οικονομίας για τα επόμενα χρόνια και ότι χρειάζεται μεγαλύτερη εμπιστοσύνη και καθαρός οδικός ορίζοντας έτσι ώστε να μπορέσει μετά τον Αύγουστο του 2018 και η χώρα μου η Ελλάδα να μπορεί να δανείζεται από τις αγορές με λογικά επιτόκια χωρίς μνημόνια και δάνεια. Το ερώτημά μου είναι από τη στιγμή που εκφράσατε τη λύπη σας γιατί δεν ολοκληρώθηκε αυτή η συμφωνία στο Eurogroup της 22ης Μαΐου. Τι περιμένει η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα και εσείς προσωπικά από το επόμενο Eurogroup στις 15 Ιουνίου προκειμένου να προχωρήσει, να αποσαφινιστεί αυτός ο οδικός χάρτης όπως τον έχετε υποσχεθεί για να μπορέσετε κι εσείς να κάνετε τη δική σας αξιολόγηση και να εντάξετε στο άμεσο μέλλον και την Ελλάδα στο πρόγραμμα ποσοτικής χαλάρωσης. Ως πότε η ελληνική οικονομία και ο ελληνικός λαός θα πληρώνουν την ανελαστικότητα και την αναβλητικότητα του Διεθνούς Νομισματικού Ταμείου και της κυβέρνησης του Βερολίνου. Η Κομισιόν, η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα, το Ευρωκοινοβούλιο, το Eurogroup, η ελληνική κυβέρνηση θέλουν συμφωνία και καθαρό οδικό χάρτη. Πότε επιτέλους θα σταματήσει αυτή η διαρκής αναβολή?
Thank you. I'll try to respond first on questions on Greece, though Greece was not explicitly discussed in any ESRB board meeting in recent times, for sure. Now, on the banking sector in Greece, certainly remarkable progress has been achieved. Especially if we look at capitalization of Greek banks today, I don't have the number offhand, but it's certainly multiples of what it used to be before. However, we have a problem. This was raised also in another question. We have a very high level of NPLs, and this is in part due to the crisis, in part due to pre-existing weaknesses of the banking system. Many actions are being foreseen in the current program and are necessary for a successful conclusion of the review. So if these actions, which involve actions by the banks, actions by the government through new legislation, and the creation of out-of-court settlement framework for disposing of the NPLs. By the way, there is one regularity across countries, that the countries that consistently or that don't have a framework in place for an easy disposal of NPLs, or which have a judiciary process which is lengthy and ineffective, or have a legislative process that is not conducive to a disposal of the NPL, are also the countries with the highest levels of NPLs. And for example, there are countries where we know NPLs is very much a legacy problem. In other words, they were created in the past and are now a stock of activities that hamper the normal credit of the banking system. And countries have produced legislation which is only good for the new NPLs. So it's not good for the existing problem. So we have not. That's not the case of Greece, by the way. So it's a problem that the current program with the current review is addressing, and if all the actions that are foreseen there are being undertaken, will be resolved in time. By the way, you mentioned Lucas Papademos. He's been He has been a great vice president of the ECB, a great prime minister, and he is a great, great friend of mine. And I wish to express all my solidarity and all the affection, both me personally, but also on behalf of all the ECB staff and the executive board and the governing council members. We had about, also continuing speaking about Greece, what do I expect for the next Eurogroup? The response to the debt, the agreement about debt, what measures concerning debt will make it sustainable for Greece, is an issue that's being discussed between member states on one side and the IMF on the other side. I think we've reached a point where the two parties will have to find an agreement, and that's the only thing that's needed really now at this point in time. Let me also add that the QE for Greece is not to be taken for granted. We'll have to have our own independent assessment, and according to scenarios, also adverse scenarios of debt sustainability, and we'll also have to take into account risk management considerations. But I just want to make clear that the debt sustainability assessment undertaken by the Commission, by the IMF, by the ECB in that role doesn't imply the next debt sustainability assessment, which is going to be undertaken by the Governing Council in its full independence. Coming to the question about what to do for what macro instruments are available for capital market union. Now, we certainly, the ESRB support the initiative to create a capital market union in Europe. Now, and we are in favor of diversifying the various sources of financing. But we'll also be mindful that the policymakers need to have the instruments to prevent and mitigate the new systemic risks that would arise generally in a capital market union, more specifically, as I was saying in my introductory statement, in the non-banking the shadow banking sector or non-banking sector. With such an extraordinary growth that this sector has had and will continue to have. We haven't discussed much about fintech before, but the fintech development is closely linked to developments in the non-banking sector primarily. So there will have to be macro-pro instruments there as well. Now, amongst the various things, we see that there is a review of the ESA regulation, and there is on-site a strengthening of the ESMA. So we continue to focus on this, and certainly our attention will continue to be high on this point. There are, of course, various measures that will limit the capacity to incur into new debt, so mostly based on the demand side of the macro-pro, which seems also suitable for addressing some of the macroprudential problems that may arise in the future in the shadow banking sector. Coming to the question about cyber attacks, yes, cyber attacks do deserve the highest priority, cyber security, and there is now full awareness that this may be the most important problem. Is the most important problem that our authorities face. In the last G7 meeting of finance ministers, there was explicit attention given to this point. Various groups, by the way, the problem is being addressed now and discussed in practically all international fora. It's being discussed, of course, by the ECB. It's also being addressed and discussed by the national competent authorities. More specifically addressing your point on stress testing banks for cybersecurity, that's very important. It's being done currently by the Bank of England. We are sampling now about the various initiatives that are being taken by the national central banks or the national competent authorities for supervision in the euro area, and we'll move on this ground. Certainly it is something that it's fully fledged that fully pertains to the stress testing area. So I completely agree with this point. On the location policy, as I said before, it's very difficult for us to say what is the best final agreement that the various parties will find. As we are not party to this agreement, we are of course at disposal to give our advice. What is essential for us, and it's in the end, whatever agreement is being reached, what is essential for us is that we have serious powers of oversight and supervision over activity of clearing in euros and activities that may have financial stability implications for the euro area. And I will stop here.
What about the NPLs in Greece? You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. It remains the amount of money remaining for recapitalization of banks.
Right. No, I answered your question because when I said that Greece was not discussed, frankly, I have no idea what you want to do with that. But I can give you a written answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is a hearing on ESRB issues, of course. Philip Lamberts. I don't see him, actually. Okay, Barbara Kappel.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Herr Präsident Draghi, Sie haben angesprochen den zweiten EU-Schattenbankenmonitor und haben darauf hingewiesen, wie hoch die internationale Verflechtung, aber auch wie hoch der Anteil der Vermögenswerte der Schattenbanken im finanzwirtschaftlichen Bereich ist. Jetzt haben wir gesehen im Rahmen des Global Shadow Banking Monitoring Reports, dass es Probleme gibt mit der Datenübermittlung aus China. Die letzten validen Daten sind aus 2010 und ich möchte Sie gern fragen, ob die chinesischen Behörden und auch Schattenbanken mit dem ESRB und auch mit dem FSB ausreichend zusammenarbeiten, um diese Informationen, die für den Monitoring Report notwendig sind, bereitstellen und ob es vielleicht auch Drittquellen gibt, aus denen Sie diese Information und diese Daten beziehen können. Einen zweiten Fragenbereich, den ich gerne an Sie richten möchte, betrifft den Bericht des Europäischen Ausschusses für Systemrisiken über die Überprüfung der makropotentiellen Politik in der EU 2016. Sie selber sagten, es gibt 2 Länder, die noch keine Makroaufsichtsbehörden haben. Ein drittes, denke ich, ist Italien. Da gibt es zwar ein Gesetz aus dem September 2016, aber es gibt noch keine Durchführungsverordnungen. Ich möchte Sie jetzt fragen, ob es einen Zeitrahmen gibt in Bezug auf diese Durchführungsverordnungen für Italien, A und B, was Ihre Prioritäten sind in Bezug auf die Makroaufsicht in Italien.
Thank you. Marco Valli.
Sì, grazie Presidente. Presidente Draghi, ho una domanda per lei per quanto riguarda una questione adesso al vaglio dell'SRB e della BCE in generale, che è questa proposta degli European Safe Bond che nel momento in cui ci ritroviamo in una situazione di potenziale uscita dal quantitative easing e innalzamento dei tassi di interesse, ovviamente si crea il problema del debito sovrano per alcuni paesi ad alto indebitamento come anche l'Italia. E ovviamente non sono eurobond questi strumenti, perché è un meccanismo che non prevede alcuna condivisione dei rischi e di solidarietà tra i paesi in difficoltà. Si tratta di una operazione di cartolarizzazione incentrata sul fondo salva stati, i cui titoli di Stato dei vari paesi sarebbero ripartiti in tranche diverse a seconda del profilo di rischio. La nostra preoccupazione è che in questo modo, con questo nuovo strumento, si vada ad accentuare la frammentazione tra i paesi del centro e della periferia, spianando tra l'altro l'introduzione della ponderazione del rischio dei paesi membri dell'Eurozona nei bilanci delle banche, oggi assenti perché ovviamente i titoli di Stato sono risk free. Volevo sapere cosa ne pensa di questo strumento e, visto che sembra appunto l'unico strumento che in questo momento è messo in discussione, per cercare di creare un po' di condivisione del rischio, perché ad oggi non vedo strade per rendere sostenibile in qualche modo il debito in maniera europea. Visto che lei è un profondo europeista, le chiedo una sua indicazione su questo. Grazie.
Thank you. Thomas Mann.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender. Herr Draghi, in der Präsentation, die Sie gerade gehalten hatten, war der letzte Tagesordnungspunkt das Thema Immobilienmarkt. Und da würde ich gern darauf eingehen. Die Nachfrage nach Wohnimmobilien und nach Baufinanzierung ist stark gestiegen.
Anfang des Jahres war die ESRB dabei und hat gesagt, wir sehen keine Gefahr für eine mögliche Immobilienblase. Diese Position habe ich gelesen. Aber der Internationale Währungsfonds hat darauf hingewiesen, die Befürchtung ist stark, dass der Markt für Immobilien überhitzen könnte. Kreditnehmer würden Probleme bekommen, wenn die Zinsen wieder steigen und dann Anschlusskredite tätig werden. Andreas Dombret hatte kürzlich eine Veranstaltung bei mir in Frankfurt am Main gehabt und er sagte, die Ampel steht eindeutig auf Gelb. Das geht insbesondere für die Preisentwicklung. Vor allem in Großstädten sind solche Übertreibungen erkennbar. Meine Frage ist, wie ist die Einschätzung des ESRB zu den Entwicklungen? Betrifft ja nicht den Bereich in Deutschland allein, sondern auch andere Teile bei uns zum Thema Immobilienmarkt.
Thank you. Last question, Jonas Fernández.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Muchas gracias, presidente Draghi, por acompañarnos. Dos preguntas muy breves. La primera de ellas se refiere a la pregunta que ya hizo mi colega Pervans Berès previamente sobre la actual negociación de las titulizaciones STS. Estamos negociando con el Consejo un texto que incorpora la posibilidad, la supervisión macroprudencial de los mercados de titulizaciones y que otorgaría responsabilidad al ESRB para revisar los risk retentions en aquellos casos donde se considere que pueda haber burbujas. Me gustaría volver a preguntarle sobre en qué medida la actual Junta podría realizar esta labor. Y en segundo lugar, ha hecho usted referencia previamente al problema de los non-performing loans, en el caso griego, pero en el seno de la Junta hay un grupo de trabajo estudiando la posibilidad de encontrar una respuesta europea a los non-performing loans y me gustaría preguntarle por la evolución de ese trabajo. Muchas gracias.
I will respond to the questions in hopefully in the order they were asked. On China, the China government didn't supply certain data to the FSB, and we are not relevant for that. We only have EU data. On Italy, the law in Italy has been passed, and the Italian government now is in the process of issuing the relevant regulation. On ISBs, the ESRB has a task force where the ESRB actually has structured the discussion, initiated the discussion of ISBs. There is a task force chaired by the Governor of the Central Bank of Ireland, Governor Philip Lane. ISBs is to say really in very, very sort of perhaps too succinct words, is a proposal where bonds would be pooled and tranched, but it doesn't imply any joint liability. In this sense, it's not a substitute for a Eurobond of any sort. It's just different. And so with respect to this, the ECB, not the ESRB, the ECB Governing Council has taken note, and I would say it's really too early to conclude in one sense or another about this concept. We do believe that the whole work would be finished by year end, by November, if I'm not mistaken, for a final report. Question on residential real estate. Residential real estate prices, house prices have gone up, especially in large cities. In Germany, but also in the Netherlands, also in Austria, also in various other countries, and the ESRB has issued warnings to this extent, and warnings that we've discussed, by the way, in the last hearing we had. When we look at prices across countries, so we move beyond large cities and we try to see whether there is an average a heating in general of the real estate sector in the countries, we still find that the averages are more or less on the historical averages. So we don't see a special heating of a systemic nature. We can see heating in localized markets, but not necessarily in a systemic, on a systemic basis. Let me also add that while we see house prices going up, we don't see credit developing at the same rhythms or even rhythms that are comparable with what they had before the crisis. In other words, mortgages and lending is still at a fairly normal pace. So we see prices going up, but we don't see leverage going up associated with that. However, there are also with respect to that, there are local situations where this happens actually, where, for example, we have in one country especially that I can remember, the many real estate owners are now in a negative equity situation where their debt is bigger than the value of their houses. With the recovery of house prices, these people will be in a better position, of course, and overall financial stability will be improved. Finally, on securitization, certainly I do believe that the General Board of the SRB is in a position to undertake a review of the macroprudential instruments in the securitization area. By the way, it's important. We follow the discussions being held in the European Parliament about securitization, and we, by and large, the ECB agrees with what's being said. We only suggest special care about raising the risk retention ratios, because as we want to reintroduce this instrument for the financing of the real economy, we think that the features of the instruments being discussed are safe enough as they are. Too high risk retention shares threaten to hamper the spreading and the success of the instruments itself. On NPLs, exactly as in the case we were discussing before, for addressing and resolving the NPLs, the actions that are foreseen in the program in Greece that see action by the banks themselves in their risk management and their debt recovery procedures, by the government first and foremost in ensuring an environment that is conducive to disposal of the NPLs, in general, by changes in judicial processes, out of court settlements and all. So there is a long list of actions that makes one conclude that the creation of an asset management company is certainly useful, but it's not going to be the number one solution for all the problems at national level. Equally so at European level. So we look with great interest at these developments, but we shouldn't have any confidence that this is going to be enough by itself. All the other actions, which often are painful actions, are actually the necessary ones to address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can conclude also this second hearing. Has been, as always, very useful and interesting. So I would like to thank President Draghi for having been here for a very long session, very intense, but very positive and useful for our work and our constant dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao,